Hey everyone, this is PrinceBrightstar, and I'm back! Oh, what a crazy couple of months it's been. But hey, we're back to Final Fantasy XIV, finally, and we've got a new MSQ series to check out here today, along with the release of patch 7.1. Technically, we're into 7.15 at this point, but yeah, we gotta get through the MSQ here first. So let's go ahead and speak to Bulwark here. We have a royal invitation. Ah, it is a pleasure as always, Prince. Have you been able to relax lately? As best as I can, I guess. Wonderful. As busy as you have been, with the rite of succession among other things, you deserve an opportunity to experience Tuliolol at a more leisurely pace. Sampling the tacos at Gibraltar is one such way to do so. I have already forgotten how to say that. They're made the traditional way and laden with fillings, and are absolutely sublime. If you have an empty stomach, the owner, Brook Evu, will look after you. Alright, so we're gonna go and get some tacos then. Over here. Well, if it isn't Prince, alone today, are you? I see. If you have a hankering for tacos, then they're on the house. Consider it a token of gratitude for your help tracking down those treasures. Go ahead and find a table. I'll bring you your meal as soon as it's ready. Alrighty, let's find a table then. Here we go. You still love tacos, I hope? You ate so many when you turned 5, you could barely move afterwards. Remember that? Who is talking to who? No, not really. That was 30 years ago for me. Ah, people are starting to make their way outside of the Electro Slope and such. Right, sorry. It's still strange for me, too. Just the other day, you were a little boy clinging to your mother's skirt as you set off for Yasulani, and now you're a man grown with a face full of hair. Even so, I knew you were my son the instant I saw you. We're still family, and you can always rely on me. Relying. That feels like the only thing I'm doing right now. On you and everyone else. I can't even start a fire without assistance at my new job. Back in Alexandria, we had Electro. If I needed fire, all I had to do was press a button. Everything was at our fingertips. But here, I'm helpless. A culinarian who can't even light the stove. The way the others in the kitchen stared at me, gods, I've never felt so embarrassed. I'm sorry to hear that. I've been told the tales, but it seems life is really different within the dome. My wife and children. I was thinking I'd have them join me once things had settled, but at this rate... I say you send for them. If they're your family, then they're mine too. I'll do whatever's necessary to make it work. Look, Lamont, what are you doing outside the palace? I didn't mean to overhear, but it seems you're having trouble readjusting to life in Tuliolol. Val Woklamat. To aid folk like yourself, we've established a support group at the Wing of Reflection. There, you can learn the skills you need to live outside the dome. It isn't easy being back, I know, but I'm hopeful that they can make things easier. That's exactly what I need. I'll definitely seek this group out, and I'll bring my family with me. Thank you. Oh, look who it is! I was just about to go and find you, Prince. You don't mind the company, I hope. I could use a bite to eat myself. The tacos here never disappoint. So, what have you been up to lately? So many options here. I mean, I could also add onto that working on animas and hitting the fields of Bajja and checking out Eureka, but let's see. I would say probably I've been helping out around Wachumeki Meki. I've heard stories about someone helping out the businesses. Seeing how well they're faring now, you've clearly done a fine job. As for myself, I'm being kept busy with duties at the palace. But whenever I find a moment, I like to walk the streets and talk to the people. That way, I can better understand the problems they have, and share them with Kona to figure out solutions. I was on one such walk just now, and as I mentioned, I was hoping to find you. Kona and I have something we want to discuss with you, as Dawn servants. Do you have time to come to the palace? Of course. Great, I'll go on ahead. Please come and join us once you've finished here. Alrighty. Let us make our way over to the palace. Obviously, there's still a whole bunch of stuff left over from Alexandria, so we gotta probably work to wrap all that up. Not to mention, there's Galuja. It seems Kona's gone somewhere. Sorry. Master Prince, it is always an honor. Valkona has stepped away to attend to a pressing matter, but he should join you before long. Let's enter the sun perch. Oh, you're all here too? Valkona summoned us, though if truth be told, Alphino and I have been seeing him quite regularly of late. He asked us to share our knowledge of Hanish culture, you see. in hopes of further strengthening your alliance. We were, of course, happy to oblige him. Kryl and I were likewise summoned. Otherwise, we've been carrying on with our work, compiling information on the Golden City. My grandfather embarked on his investigation 20 years ago. With our report, we shall finish what he started. Lest you wonder, Thancred and Urianger have left to resume their tour of Tyrol. Ishtola, meanwhile, is back to researching cross-rift travel. She was just here a few days ago to get Kona's permission to investigate living memory. By the way, she mentioned wanting to take a look at the key in your keeping at some point. If the look she had in her eyes was any indication, I suggest you brace yourself for when she comes calling. You're like to be stuck with her for a while. Kinda feels like we're trying to rebuild the Scions again, but let's hold off on that thought. As for Estinian, we know neither where he is nor what he is doing. Some things never change. My apologies for the delay. Think nothing of it. We took advantage of the time to catch up. So what can we do for you? Hopefully present company is enough for whatever it is you need. The matter for which I have summoned you pertains to Alexandria. Uh-huh. A state funeral will soon be held in Solution 9 to mourn the passing of Queen Sreen. King Guluzha and his administration have invited us to attend. While certain issues remain unresolved between our nations, such as the treatment of Yasulani, I see no reason not to attend. For generations, the Alexandrians lived without even the awareness of death. I wouldn't have expected them to have funeral rites still. They did have that graveyard, actually, south of Heritage Found. Apparently, the members of Oblivion unearthed records of ceremonies that were conducted in the Alexandria of old. It was they who put forth the proposal that the queen be thus honored. Leave it to that lot to think of such things. The people of Alexandria no longer forget the departed. They're being confronted with the idea of death for the first time. I suspect our friends wanted to do something for them. Though Sphene was but a simulacrum, she was nonetheless a pillar for her people. The pain of her passing must run deep. Indeed, a funeral will give Alexandrians the chance to come together to express their grief, that they might overcome it. I wasn't sure at first, but I've decided to go. Not only to be there for Guluzha, but to put this chapter behind us. That I requested your presence was none other than to see if you wished to attend the funeral. You knew Sphene as well, after all. Sometimes I wonder if there wasn't another way. You and me both. But we made our choices and are responsible for what comes of them. As vow, I'll attend the funeral in an official capacity. I owe it to the Alexandrian people to bear witness to their grief. I'd like it if you could be there to watch over everything, like you did all through the rite of succession. I feel the rest of us should go too. Regardless of the reason, the fact remains that we deprived Alexandria of a beloved ruler. It's only right that we remember who Sphene was, to her people and to others. So let us stand with you. Then it's decided. Let's head to Solution 9 and look for Galuja in the back room. Something else you need, Kona? Nope, just the patch name. Although I will check with you. Though I, too, would ideally attend the funeral, given the circumstances, I think it is best that Lamati represents us. Besides, I need to be on hand to oversee the city's repairs, which is taking longer than expected. When that work is complete, we will finally look into installing new thrones. But to have Father's throne here still, it makes me feel he is close by. I'm quite happy for it to remain for a while. Yeah, that's, This got damaged in the fight, didn't it? Alright, anyway, over to Solution 9. And we are headed for the back rooms. Or back room, as it were. Actually, real quick, let me just double check. I want to make sure I got voices on. I do. Okay, good. Actually, I'm surprised we haven't heard any voices yet. Hello, Galuja. Ah, you came for the funeral. Of course. I'm the only one who will officially take part, though. The others will watch over the proceedings. So, how have you been? It's been a while since my last visit. I'm good. Shale is always teaching me new things. Recently, I've learned about Everkeep's systems and the mechanical soldiers. It's knowledge I'll need to use my authority properly. Studious as always, I see. By way of a treat, I brought you Gâteau au chocolat. It's a kind of cake. I think you'll like it. Hey, Brooks! Thank you, Lamati, and thank you for coming. I've never been to a funeral before, so I feel less nervous having you here. Out of curiosity, what's the custom in Alexandria? In our world, it's common to offer flowers to the departed. It's much the same here, according to the records. Flowers will be distributed to all attendees. Considering that all the worlds used to be one, the practice of offering flowers may well share the same ancient origin. Fascinating, wouldn't you say? Alright, let's see what we got here. Sure, I'll take some tank food. Alright, let's see what everybody's saying here. It's a relief to see that Gulja is doing well. He's been through too much for one so young. From a group that plotted to undermine a tyrant king from the shadows to one that aids their fellow citizens in the open, Oblivion has come a long way. For the people to take it on themselves to organize and hold the funeral, it speaks to their enduring love for Sphene. Although I've been in the back room before, there was no time to see the sights. I should like to take a closer look at the equipment. Papa always said he didn't want a somber funeral, so we celebrated his life together with our victory. I'm sure he would have loved it. I like to think he was watching us from the world beyond, filling his cup every time we filled our own. Alright, Gulja. The flowers are being handed out at Praxis Park. I'm thinking of heading over there now. We'll join you. There's a man I would like to speak with, Gossin. He was apparently Sphene's aide, and the one who sent us the invitation. Come on, let's go. Alright, so Praxis Park. That's going to take us all the way over to up there. Wuklamot's attendance will surely help strengthen relations between the two nations. I get the strong impression that both Tuliolol and Alexandria wish to put this tragic past behind them. Makes sense that Sphene had loyal aides such as Gossin, given how much time she dedicated to walking among her people. While it appears souls are still being issued, supply must be limited now that they're no longer being harvested. The grim faces in the queue tell the tale. Judging from all the activity, I presume the funeral will be held here. Here he is, Gossin. All correspondence was being handled by the Wing of Reflection, so this is my first time speaking with Gossin. Why, I'm Val Wuklamot of Tuliolol. Thank you for extending us an invitation to Queen Sphene's funeral. We are honored, truly. I had seen you before from a distance, but never had the pleasure. I am Gossin, former chief aide to the Queen. Since her passing, I have been responsible for administering affairs of state. Can we get our flowers here? Yes, Your Majesty. The flowers are being handed out at the counter yonder, alongside the regulators. What? We need to wear regulators for the funeral? Rest assured, they are not a requirement. We're aware your people do not use them. You see, people in the Alexandria of old wore tokens of mourning upon their persons when attending funerals. As such, tokens were black. It was suggested that we might wear regulators painted the same color. We've yet to produce enough for everyone, but we're distributing them as we're able to. I see. Yet, regulator or no, the important thing is that we remember Queen Sphene. Remember her and her kindness as you make an offering of your flower. I will. The proceedings will soon begin in this plaza. Please take your place once you have your flower.
Although we are gathered here for the same reason, we hail from different lands. Some were born and raised in the Alexandria of old, while others came to us from Tuliolal. It was from this union of diverse peoples that a new Alexandria was born. The only home that our younger generation knows. How did we overcome the barriers between us? What moved us to join hands in common purpose beneath crackling skies? You know the answer. We survived. We thrived because Queen Sphene brought us together. Inspired and encouraged by her boundless kindness, we strove to be better, for ourselves as well as those around us. And in Her Majesty's absence, there is a sadness beyond words. Yet we will remember her. Remember all the good that she has done for us. So let us pray, as the people of the Old Kingdom once did, for the peaceful repose of the departed. And let us keep our beloved Queen forever in our hearts, that her memory might guide us unto the morrow. Would that I could find solace in my own words.
Yeah, definitely, Rooks.
Was Queen Sphene taken to the cloud?
She must have been. To still remember her is strange, isn't it, darling?
They haven't told him yet.
I miss her. She would always cheer me up when I was down. But even though I remember her, I'll never see her again. That doesn't make sense.
It seems that's what it means to die, I'm afraid.
But what will happen to us? Are we just going to be sad forever?
What will happen indeed? Everything that we have, we owe to Queen Sphene. How are we to go on without her?
I still remember Her Majesty so clearly. If only I didn't, I might feel better about the future of our realm.
Perhaps we should also consider moving to Tuliolo. The journey won't be easy, but it'd be better than staying here in uncertainty.
In times like these, I take comfort in the beliefs of a Turali people called the Yokui. To them, death isn't the end. So long as we're remembered, we never truly die. It could be the same for Queen Sphene, you know? If you keep her alive in your hearts, she'll always be with you.
But we still won't be able to see her, right? I don't want to think about that. I wish I could just forget instead of having to feel like this.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to impose. Please, mourn your queen however you see fit. As expected, they struggle to come to terms with their loss. I hope they can find a way to move forward.
It's not only grief that weighs on them, but worry for the future. Bereft of their queen, how will they proceed?
True. But with that at least, we're not powerless to help. What is it, Guloja?
I was wondering, is it better to remember or forget someone when they're dead? I remember my father, and every time I think of him, it hurts. It's the same with Queen Sphene. Knowing that she's gone makes me feel sad. But it's different with my mother. I never knew her, so I don't feel as bad.
They're finally addressing it.
I want to remember my father, but maybe I'd be better off forgetting him.
Guloja.
Why don't we continue this somewhere else?
Obviously some heavy material in there. Alice, seeing that child reminded me of myself, of how hard it was for me to accept that grandfather was gone. But that sadness is what gave me the strength to come this far, and I would never choose to forget it. Never. I hope the altar can provide comfort to those who need it. Trial. This seems a good place to continue our conversation. Simply leaving Alexandria won't solve all their problems, I fear. The problem runs deeper than that. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought that up. Hey, Gulja, do you really know nothing at all about your mother? Shale searched the system for information on residents, but the only Mamulja she found listed were my father and me. Even if she died and was erased from people's memories, she should have been there, but she wasn't. Well, that you're here means she was here too, inside the dome. There can't be any other way about it. Do you want to know your mother? I think so. Even if it makes me feel sad, I want to know her. So I want to try looking again. And if I don't find anything this time, I'll give up. I see. Well, if that's what you want. Then I'll help you. I'd like to help as well, and I believe I speak for the others too. But I can't bother you with this. You already came for the funeral. We came here not only for the funeral, but to see whether all was well in Alexandria. We're not about to leave just yet. Besides, in seeking to learn about your mother, we're bound to learn about your father as well. By retracing the steps of this man who kept his own counsel, we may gain knowledge that can serve the people of Alexandria. Alright, thank you everyone. Alright. Let's see, Alice A. If no records remain of Gulja's mother, then where do we begin our search? I understand all too well Gulja's desire. For the longest time, I found my own father's actions inexplicable. If this is what Gulja wants, then I'll help him however I can. After all, we're family. Possibly on the time traveler thing? If I had to take a guess at it, though, I would say more than likely, Zorolja prevented them from ever being able to wear a regulator, thus preventing them from going into the cloud when they passed away. After all, the idea of Zorolja and Sphene was likely very popular among the people of Alexandria, and having a mistress, Hubigo Mamulja, was could have caused potential political issues. We might learn more about my father, too. I hadn't thought of that. I can very much relate to his feelings. I pray Guluja finds what he seeks. Assuming neither memories nor records of Guluja's mother remain, we must cast as wide a net as possible. I suggest we split into groups. Prince, if you could make inquiries in the outskirts, the rest of us will do the same in Solution 9. Alrighty, to the outskirts. Sorry, but I've never heard of a Mamulja woman living in these parts, much less one connected to Zorolja. You might have better luck talking to the people over at a Tonawatan settlement to the north of Everkeep, in a place called Uwayata. The resilient son won their loyalty when he saved them from some crisis or another, or so the story goes. If I remember correctly, the chief's name was Kaniloka. Your exchange with the middle-aged Tonawata has taught you about Zorolja's devoted. Okay. You're looking for a Mamulja woman? Oh, Guluja's mother. I can't help you there, I'm afraid. I only know a little about Zorolja, and then only what my father told me. He said that before the dome cut us off from the outside world, a Troll Vidral had appeared and was terrorizing the region. In response, Zorolja assembled a party of warriors, and with them confronted and felled the beast. It was interesting to hear of the king's feat in the past. Your exchange with the fresh-faced Tonawata has taught you about a battle with a Troll Vidral. A Mamulja woman? Their people have never been a common sight around here. Why, the last time I saw one would have been before the dome came down above our heads. She was among an entourage of Landsguard that was dispatched here. I assume they all returned to Tuliolo after their mission. But if any remained, I suppose they could have been trapped in here with the rest of us. Your exchange with the chatty Shitona has taught you about a Mamulja woman. Alright, we need to head to the back room. So that brings us back to Solution 9. Ah, you're back too. I told Shale all about your search. Zorolja rarely made public appearances, so the people had no idea how he spent most of his time. Yet I believe therein lies the key to the answers we seek. Solution 9 is vast indeed. Even with the teleporters, we could cover but a small portion of it. I'm sorry, but I couldn't find out anything useful. None of the people I questioned had heard of a Mamulja woman before. Lamati didn't seem to have much luck. How did you fare? While I failed to learn anything directly related to Gulja's mother, I did find information which may shed some light upon Zerolja. Gulja has told me all. We've previously tried to track down records of his mother, but came up empty-handed. With everyone's help, hopefully we can get somewhere this time. Okay, so notes concerning a Mamulja woman who belonged to the Landsguard. Notes considering a settlement located in Uwayata, whose people are said to be fiercely loyal to their king. And notes concerning a battle between Zerolja and a mighty beast which occurred in Yasalani. Ah, so you spoke with quite a few different people as well. Let's combine all our findings and see what conclusions we might draw. So, Zerolja brought a retinue of Landsguard to Yasalani, among whom was a female Mamulja. His mission was to rid the region of a Tural Vidral, and I believe it's safe to say that that was the crisis in Uwayawata he resolved. If some of his troops stuck around for a time, perhaps to assist the villagers with recovery efforts, then they could have indeed gotten trapped in the dome. Come to think of it, Zerolja had just returned from something before the Rite of Succession began. We also heard stories about the settlement in Uwayawata. People lived there until nearly a decade ago, and Zerolja made regular visits. If he required secrecy, a location home to his most loyal followers would be ideal. And if this Mamulja woman had remained there, they would have had occasion to come in contact. I see. But what could Zerolja have been doing in that village? I think we can answer that question. In order to retrace Zerolja's steps, Raha and I spoke with a researcher who worked at Origenics. He said that approximately 20 years ago, a number of his colleagues were transferred to a research facility outside Everkeep, per the king's direct order. This is the first I've heard of such a facility. Only Vanguard was believed to have been under the king's jurisdiction. It was apparently being used to develop a new kind of weapon, but I'm afraid that was all we could learn. It's plenty to go on. Even if the work there was classified, any materials and equipment needed would have been manufactured within Everkeep. So if we look into transportation records, there it is. The routes are full of detours and attempts at obfuscation, but large deliveries were being made to Uwayawata, far too large for a mere village. There hasn't been any activity for years, though. It's likely the facility has been decommissioned. You think that's where my mother was? We can't say for certain just yet, but I reckon there's a good chance. This is amazing! Even though no one remembers her, you managed to figure all this out. Each piece of the puzzle may reveal little on its own, but when we put several together, a picture begins to form. And even should memories fade, footprints remain to mark the path of those who walked before. A lesson I learned in another life. So we'll be investigating this secret facility in Ueyawata, then. And this time, I want you to come along, Gululja. Ueyawata is on the other side of the lake. To get there, you need to take a hover cargo from the drift downs. Alright, thank you, Shale. That sounds like we're going into a specialized zone here. So let's head to the outskirts. While the researcher we spoke with remembered that he had colleagues, he couldn't recall details about any specific individuals, not their names nor what they were like. Someone would have noticed if Zerolja traveled from the drift downs. I expect he utilized a flying vehicle. We've seen how much has changed for the for the part of Yasulani that's on this side of the dome. I wonder what it's like on the other. The settlement in the outskirts, that was originally Tonawatan as well, yes? I wonder if Ueyawata is similar to it. Weapons developed in secret with the aid of devoted followers. Nothing good will have come of this. So, the hover cargo will take us across the lake. I've never been over there before. It's still inside the dome, so I don't expect it to be too different from here. We'll likely encounter dangerous beasts, so the rest of us will go first. You follow when it's safe to do so, alright? Alright, be careful, everyone. Oh, it's a dungeon! Okay. If the facility was used to research new weaponry, then it will have had tight security. Even if it has been closed down, let us proceed with caution. I can't help but be reminded of our foray into orogenics, and of Kahuya. I promised to look after Gululja, but I've spent hardly any time with him. I'm gonna make up for that. While I alone haven't seen much of the dome, I am no stranger to braving the unknown. I will not slow us down. We've seen the havoc the Valagarmanda wreaked upon Urkapacha. I wonder what this other Tural Vidral might have left in its wake. Alright, let us form a party. Alright, so... Graha, I want you as my healer.
Ready.
And then let's do
I won't
Cryle
let you down.
and
Give it our all.
Alice. already. My father must have come here for a reason. Wouldn't surprise me if they're doing that, Rooks. We know that they did track other things, like during the whole thing with the Shadowbringers Alliance Raid series that was in that related to Nier Automata. They kept track of which character people sided with. Potentially, which side you went with could have changed the ending, except apparently every single server supposedly supported one character and not a single other server supported another character. Say, I think they did. I think they made some improvements to healing in this patch, because sometimes it can be troubling to do a double pull like this for the NPCs, but they're actually doing very well here.
Try this. You now.
Alright, first boss coming up, and what is that thing? It's the giant boar or something. Nothing too bad here so far. Oh, we gotta take care of these.
This should do it! This should do it!
I figure we're already past the point of the attacks looping here. So the facility is still here. What kind of research do they do here? While His Majesty Zeralja is not the first to conceive of transferring a beast's soul into a person's body, safety and ethical concerns have ensured no earnest attempts have been made to date. Yet our king believes that there is no greater evil than to hinder the potential of man, and so he has ordered us to make this conception a reality. He would bolster our military might and break through into the outside world. If our research will further this ambition, then perhaps it is worth pursuing. Well, isn't this a Resident Evil-like facility here? I guess that'd be Umbrella. Our bodies are fragile vessels. Although the infusion of another person's soul confers strength and vitality, the soul of a beast yields mixed results. Even when stripped of memories, a feral soul can induce psychological instability in the subject. I suspect this is because primal instincts remain, and while a certain amount of bestial ferocity is expected, and I dare say welcomed, too many such souls can lead to physical mutations. For now, our objective shall be to determine the threshold beyond which a body is at risk of uncontrolled mutation. Well, we certainly saw that happen to Zerolja during his trial. Okay, yeah, now we got zombies here. Not the first time we've seen these in this game, though. They also showed up in the first dungeon of Heavensward. Although not necessarily in this context. They were more like unsent ghosts. See if we can grab that second one over there.
Something special for you.
I will say I haven't seen a Mamulja body amongst them yet. The rate of transfiguration may be dictated by the potency of the soul consumed. We've experimented with fiends of great power, but mutations were observed after the infusion of merely a single soul. No better was this phenomena illustrated than with poor Atticus. His body was altered irreparably, and he lost all capacity for rational thought. While the primary objective of this research was to utilize the soul of a Tyrol Vidral, I struggle to see a path forward. An alternative approach must be considered. If the source of our failures thus far has been the inability of our bodies to contain feral souls, what if we were to reverse the process by purging a beast of its memories and infusing it with a man soul? One still possessed of its own memories, we stand to gain absolute control over a vessel of great power. My subordinate, who first proposed this brilliant hypothesis, shall have the honor of being the first to transcend our meager limits. I must prepare his soul for extraction at once. Is that the Alice Mall? Alice was the scientist that we fought at the end of Stormblood. You surrender your souls to King Zorolja.
How's this?
So, don't step in the red liquid or get a damage down heavy and bleeding.
This should do it!
Alrighty. Is that a storm? So now we're outside the facility again.
Allow me. There.
Something's wrong. Don't rush ahead. What was that roar? Did it come from inside the storm? I think I should come into here. Ambient sounds. Yeah, that's probably a good thing for me to turn on at this point then. Alright, let's see what the final boss is. It's like a crossover between a rabbit and a wolf. A Lily Yapti. This way. Alrighty. Interesting. Hey, Alisaie walked into me. The battle has gotten kind of small here. I tried to home gang that. Alright. This is good. This is the boss has mechanics that I haven't seen before.
I have you now.
There we go. That's better. Going into this with no bone stacks.
This should do it!
Okay, what's the expectation there? That's one of the problems of NPC. Sometimes they basically don't know where you're standing, and that can lead to situations like that where you would hope that they would create a space for you, but they never do. Alright, the boss seems to be on repeat now. I guess I need to go here. we go. Let's see what everybody has to say. It's still breathing, if only faintly. I felt the earth shake all the way from the cliff. Come on, look, say it again. Phew, we did it somehow. That was too close. It mustn't have been easy to... Some of these are really fast. Oops. Mustn't have been easy to imprison such a creature. A tyrant of Tyrol. Truly a fitting description. Alright.
For all the talk of my brother felling this beast, he only imprisoned it, like Vali Armanda.
From what I could tell, they sought to transfer people's souls and memories into bestial vessels at that facility. The Tyrol Vidral explains the need for a remote location. It was doubtless their prime subject. Though I expect Zoralja did not foresee the opportunities it presented when he imprisoned the creature.
And so, in order to prevent the breakdown of the individual, I instead seek to transfer their soul into the body of the beast.
This would allow one to wield the power of a Tyrol Vidral.
In theory, our initial experiments will involve lesser creatures. But in time, I am confident we will be able to bring even the mightiest under our control.
And what becomes of those who offer their souls?
As they won't be able to return to their original forms, we must consider them lost. But the sacrifice will be worthwhile, for the army you stand to gain will far surpass any composed of mechanical soldiers.
Very well. Recruit volunteers and begin at once.
Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall return to the observatory and see to the necessary preparations.
So Kanilaka had his spirit put into the Tyrol Vidral then.
So, you've given him permission?
Or maybe not.
Teshalja, you will assist Kaniloka. As one of the Land's Guard's finest chirurgeons, your knowledge may be of use in his experiments. You will also watch him closely. In what you learn, you will report to me.
You object to his project? Or are you incapable of performing this duty?
No, Your Majesty. Whether we shelter within the dome or expand beyond it, we require great power. But with no one to rely upon, we must take that power for ourselves, even if the means are questionable. I will do as you command. But if Kaniloka's work bears fruit, I wish to beg a boon.
What do you desire?
Something that I had accepted I would never have in Tuliyollal. That I believed would forever be beyond me. That it was foolish to covet. But here and now, it is close. So very, very close.
Perform your duty to my satisfaction, and anything you desire is yours. That which I seek does not lie within this dome. Here, I cannot prove the miracle. But if what you seek is at hand, then you may claim it, for it has no value to me.
That she is, Rooks. Which really creates a bit of a question of what happened then.
Are you alright?
It was one of those two's memories that we just saw.
Teishelja. Could she be my mother?
Like the people in the outskirts said, few Mamulja lived in the Yasulani. I can't imagine many other Ubiko women were trapped in the dome. That being the case, she could well be the one.
This observatory Kanaloka returned to, could it not be part of the research facility? We might learn something about Teishelja there.
That's where we're going next then.
Alright, so let's see. Now that the danger is behind us, it started sinking in just how unsettling this place is. Hard to believe it used to be a village. That you should be able to peer into Tyrol Vidrol's past. I wonder what that implies for the beast's consciousness while it was sealed away. It seems this Kaniloka was in charge here. From your recounting, he was quite dedicated to Zerolja. The villagers were likely monitoring the imprisoned Tyrol Vidrol at Zerolja's behest, and at some point they became involved in the research of souls. Teishelja, you said her name was? I wonder what her story is. I wish I could see into the past like you. Then I could see people who are gone. Because there aren't any other Mamulja women here, for a long time I couldn't even imagine what my mother looked like. But when I visited Tuliyollal and saw some, I was finally able to picture her in my mind. And one day, I hope I can see what she actually looked like as well. Let's go with tenacity. Alright, here's the standard thing about NPC avatars. While we've discerned the purpose of the research conducted here, the traces of it that remain might afford us greater insight into what came of it. Let us take a look around for information as well as a way to the upper level. Okay, I can't go that way. What happened to the people here? Did they all leave, or did we already meet them? To think that people actually volunteered their souls for these experiments. Success was far from guaranteed, and even in the best case, they would cease to be men. Was their devotion to Zerolja so absolute? I wonder what Bic Lug would make of this research into transferring souls. That's a good point, yeah. Given how we got everybody back from the first. The researchers likely moved between the upper and lower levels. Perhaps we can find a key among their belongings. It makes me angry to think about what they did here. It won't open, and I don't think it'll yield to our shoulders either. We'll have to do it the old-fashioned way and find the key. A lift can be seen behind the wrought iron gate. As sturdy as it appears, the gate will likely resist attempts to force it open. A security panel is nearby. Perhaps a verification key will open the way. A journal lies next to the body. I was transferred to Ueyawata Station in order to train the villagers in the use of electro technology. While a child can quickly learn to operate common contraptions, it will be no easy thing for them to attain the requisite skill to develop new weapons, ones which require no less than the manipulation of souls. Thankfully, 2 of my pupils have demonstrated great aptitude in the field. Kaniloka, the village chief, and Tisholja, a field Kairugan. Further driven by their loyalty to our king, their growth has been remarkable. I dare to hope that before long, they will be able to carry out their duties without further instruction, and I may be relieved of my duty. You find nothing that resembles a verification key. Perhaps you should search elsewhere. Okay. They're recruiting volunteers for a new experiment. I know I'm not as bright as the others, but they wouldn't laugh at me if I was stronger than them. This might be my chance. Soul transferred a few days ago. I can write. Can write good, yes? I am good. Very good. Getting hard to control strength. Today, bit off hand of feeder. Cannot help it, so strong. Hungry. Always hungry. Cannot control. Eat. I must eat. Am eater. Must eat. Find nothing that resembles a verification key. Supplies for the staff are neatly arranged within the cabinet. Among the various items is a manual outlining regulations and tranquilizing gas to be used in emergencies. You dig deeper and find a verification key. Perhaps it can be used to open the iron gate. Alrighty. You found a key? Great, I'll call the others. It seems the key can be used to operate the lift as well. Up we go. So this is the observatory. I didn't expect it to be similar, but this is a far cry from the temple that held Valigamanda. All the machinery appears to still be in operation. I expect there are auxiliary systems in place to ensure that monitoring can continue even in emergencies. The warnings indicate various anomalies related to the seal's failure, most likely. For a blessing, we managed to fell the beast before it could cause harm. Right then, let's see if we can find some clues about Gulja's mother. I think I can use this terminal. Shale taught me how. There's so much data. I don't know what we should look at. Perhaps we can narrow down the search by inputting the name Tishal Ja. Ah, it brought up a lot of results. They all seem to say the same thing. Tishal Ja, Administrator of Experimental Treatments, Research Logs. This sounds good, doesn't it? Chances are the data is encrypted. And even if not, it will take considerable time to go through it all. Then let us take it with us to the back room and have Shale analyze it. Agreed. Alright, I'll transfer it to this storage device I brought. There, it's finished. Thank you so much for bringing me all the way here, everyone. If you're happy, then so am I. Besides, I was able to learn more about my brother as well. It was a fruitful adventure for the both of us. Okay. It seems safe to say my brother returned to Yawata for the Taral Vidral. He wanted its powers, no matter the cost. I already spoke to you. I'm glad we could find what we sought in that abandoned facility. Ilusa is really good at driving the hover cargo. I wonder if I can learn how to drive it too. I admit the Taral Vidral gave me a fright at first, but then I remembered who felled the mighty Val Garmanda. I'll not soon forget our visit to that facility. It was a troubling reminder of the depravity that can arise from the belief that souls are simply a resource to be exploited. And here we are. The authorities will doubtless wish to be informed about the facility and its contents. But first things first, let us deliver the data to Shale. Alright, back to Solution 9. Alright, everyone is here. You found information on Gululja's mother? You lot never cease to amaze. Having now spent some time in these harsh environs, I feel I have a better understanding of how much of a steadying presence Sphene was to her people. Gululja had no trouble keeping up during the outing. He really is his father's son. It was Shale who gave me the storage device before we left. She said that we'd probably need it, and we did. From what I can see, things haven't changed much since the funeral. People are still listless like before. I've been thinking, it may behoove us to learn how to use the various devices found throughout Alexandria. Better late than never, after all. The data will be in good hands with Shale. Welcome back. Gululja has already given me the storage device. It looks to be a wealth of data, all of which is encrypted, so I'll need time to process everything. In that case, Alice and I might take ourselves around the city and check on the people. Aye, their mood has us a bit worried. I don't know if there's anything we can do to help, but we'll see. Understood. I'll let you know as soon as I finish my work. Thank you. We'll see you again soon. I suspect the Alexandrians' plight reminds Alphino and Alice of the Garleans. Little wonder they feel compelled to assist in any way they can. I met some members of Oblivion on my way back here. They themselves were returning after having paid their respects to Sphene. Decrypting files isn't the hard part. It's when the number of digits in a password is unknown that the long nights begin. I'll stay here with Shale. There's a lot I can learn from just watching her. I share our friend's concern. It's not surprising that the Alexandrians are having difficulty coping with their grief, but still. I'll say isn't wrong. The mood out there is still grim. Some of the Turali remember a time before they were dependent on the Sol system, but even they're unsettled and wondering aloud if they'll have the chance to reunite with old friends and family before they pass on. With good reason, too. The journey home won't be an easy one for those who have grown old. That's why it's mostly been younger folk who have been leaving for Tural, ones with no elders to care for. Word of that problem has reached us in Tuliolol. My brother is doing all he can to see that Shak Tural railroad restored to operation, so that people may come and go more freely. Unfortunately, the tracks only go as far as Vanguard, so some traveling by foot will still be necessary. Even so, the railroad would make things a sight easier. How long before it's back in service? I couldn't say. When I left for this visit, Kona seemed reluctant to make promises. But while Shale's working on the data, we could go and see the state of it for ourselves. To Shaloni Station, then. I'll make sure to keep Kona informed. Alrighty. That is not for the main scenario. Where is this thing? In here. Valve Resolve and PrinceBrightstar to boot. What can I do for you? We're hoping for some good news about the railroad. There is an increasing number of people looking to return to Tural that can't make the journey on foot. I see. As it happens, the Vow of Reason is also on his way here to take stock of the situation. Ah, scratch the on his way. New outfit for Erenville? Yes! Did our little Bun finally outgrow his old clothes? Stop that. As you well know, my previous attire was that of a gleaner, and I have chosen a different path. It was time for a change. You're here about the railroad too? It was in part for my sake that the original Dawnblazer was sacrificed, so I felt it only right that I assist with its replacement. Speaking of which, I assume Lumity has explained the growing urgency of the need. What have you to report? Yeah, that's a good question. I have no idea how I avoid that. Although, I am still expecting Y'shtola to have a conversation with me at some point. The new locomotive was on track for completion, but we're having difficulty pulling her into the station, in a manner of speaking. You see, when we used the Dawnblazer to get into the dome, urgency outweighed all other considerations. But now we're back to our original problem: how to run the railroad without upsetting the inhabitants of Mewat Sun. That is, the Ronique. Though the Hetsaro that follow them are none too pleased about their Hetso being spooked by the noise of the locomotive either. The solution I've devised to quieten the railroad should address that complaint. But a silent train presents a different danger. The Ronique will need to be deterred from wandering across the tracks. And I suppose we can't just blow the whistle at them, or they'll panic and be put off their grazing again. Maybe a sturdy fence will work. Weren't the rail routes plotted to avoid the Ronique's preferred grazing areas, though? It's odd that they're getting so close in the first place. The Ronique's grazing patterns have shifted since the tracks were laid. I am not certain why, but I intend to ask the people of Mewa Hetson for their insight. As a major proponent of the railroad, I have a duty to assist in this matter, and I too would hear what the Hetsaro have to say about it. They are the ones most affected, after all. I believe it would be best to begin by consulting their leader, Huato. The rest of you can accompany us to the Hetsaro encampment if you like. Alright, that takes us to the northeast. That's true. If the train hasn't been running, then yeah, they might have figured it was safe to go back over there now. But yeah, they're gonna need some kind of solution to keep them away, or at least I don't know. Maybe just create a policy to stop when they're on the railroad or something. As committed as the Hetsaro are to tradition, they are amenable to the unfamiliar, or so I am told. To think all this can be packed up in a moment's notice to follow wherever the Ronique lead. Our prior visit to the Hetsaro was also on the railroad business. Pray they do not take us for train enthusiasts. Vow of resolve, vow of reason. I bid you welcome to our camp, but what brings you all the way to Mewa Hetson? I thank you for seeing us. Our visit concerns the matter of the Shaktaral Railroad. You too have noted the Ronique's unexpected change in behavior, then. My son, Shepetto, has been looking into this matter. Shepetto? Normally, we'd expect the Ronique to keep to their favored grounds nearby for a while yet. And despite a thorough search, we haven't found anything wrong with the quantity or quality of the grazing in Pyarion'an and Yawatane. Yet they refuse to keep to where they usually would, instead pushing westward, toward your railroad. I certainly see no cause for this unseasonal migration. Nevertheless, should they continue to move west, we will follow. Yeah, I was thinking something similar there, yeah. I suppose maybe the fact that the dome is there in the first place is causing interest by the Ronique. As any true Hetsaro would, I suppose. As you may have surmised, I am of Hetsaro descent. My parents traveled with the Ronique as well, though I myself have no memory of the experience. I was left behind as a babe, you see, during such a migration, one of many sacrifices necessitated by a nomadic lifestyle, I am forced to assume. A chance encounter with a kind Pelu merchant was the only reason I survived. Taking pity on me, he taught me his trade, that I might fend for myself. I became a stallkeeper in Tuliolal's markets, and that is where the Dawn Servant found and adopted me. I had already been in the palace sometime when Lama T came to join us. Like me, she had been cast aside by her parents. I knew the pain of solitude and wanted to spare her that suffering. As this tiny child's new brother, I swore I would always be there for her. Truly, I have never heard of the Ronique choosing a path so arduous as to force such a terrible decision, nor of any Hetsaro willing to leave their own flesh and blood behind. There must have been some exceptional circumstance. I cannot say. The idea of following in their footsteps that I might better make excuses for their actions never much appealed to me. Even if it might help you better understand the Ronique's current behavior? As is so often the case, you are correct. Though my discomfort with the Hetsaro way may arise from fear of reopening old wounds rather than blind fervor for innovation, it would nevertheless see me repeat past mistakes. And to refuse to learn one of our country's treasured traditions would make me a poor Dawn servant indeed. Please teach me of the Ronique and what they mean to you. I promise to listen with an open mind. We would be delighted. In the meantime, your companions are welcome to look around. Will you learn of Hetsaro culture with me? I should like to approach this with the fervent curiosity that you and my sister share, but it would be useful to know whether I am, doing it correctly. Then it's settled. You'll learn more of the Ronique, and we'll have a look around the plains. And perhaps, in the process, we'll find the answers we seek. Alright. My knowledge of the culture I was born into is from written accounts alone, and few of them at that. The quickest way to learn about our way of life is to do as we do. I hope you're not above manual labor. I am not the most experienced, I am ashamed to admit, but I shall put forth every effort. That's all we ask. Take these tools. Now, introduce yourself to anyone who looks busy and ask if you can help. They'll be happy to teach you what to do in exchange for another pair of hands to do it. Let us meet back here later to share what we've learned. Alrighty. Let's start from the west and head east then. You're learning about the Hetsaro way of life, are you? I may have a thing or two to share, but rather than talking your ear off, let me test your powers of deduction. I find answers much easier to recall later if I arrived at them myself. Our Hetsaro provided us with something that we use in medicines, poultices, and soap to drive away pests, and to sustain our fires. What is it? Bones? Hooves? Are hooves bones? Both horns and hooves have cores of bone, and we use all of these materials, albeit primarily in tent poles, instruments, and the like. It's not quite the answer I was looking for. Then meat and organ meat? Alas, not quite. Meat and organs both can be made into delicious fare, and our neighbors are oft glad to trade for them. They do have certain medicinal uses as well, but they aren't fit for all the purposes mentioned in my question. Well, the only answer left then, to remind you, the material is fit for medicines, poultices, and soap to drive away pests and other evils, to sustain fires, and to flavor food. Have another guess. No, the only thing, is it dung again? It sounds like there's a story there, but that is indeed the correct answer. We've discovered myriad use for Ronique chips over time, each a boon to our way of life. Where there is a need, our Hetso always provide. Okay. This won't do. The wind will go right through it, and me without a needle to and sinew. So, mending kit. A box containing bone needles, sinew, scraps of hide, and other helpful mending accoutrements. Oh, these are precisely what I needed. I should be able to patch up the covering now. Given how often we pack up and reassemble our tents, they're bound to get the occasional tear. Fortunately, the Ronique hide they're made of is durable enough that we generally needn't worry. I'm afraid I've finished with my tasks for the time being, but since you're so eager to learn about our way of life, why don't I tell you a bit about our migration customs? If you're here, you likely already know that the Ronique are our Hetso, our guides, that we travel with through the turning of the seasons. We trust them to lead us to fertile lands with all we need to survive. But you may not know that sometimes the herd splits into two, bound for different paths. On occasions, we Hetsaro must also part with half our number. You may think it's a strange and stressful custom, but over the years it has seen us visit new lands and broaden our horizons as a people. This too is the wisdom of the Hetso. That might explain Kona's situation. As you stroke the Ronique's coat, you note that many portions are shaggy and tangled. This one's fur is a bit overgrown, but a good brushing should thin it out. Would you like to give it a try? You'll need the right tool for the job, mind you. A comb of the type you're used to would just get lost in the tangle like as not. So, a sturdy brush suitable for grooming even the fluffiest of Ronique. Ah, Geppetto sent a Ronique brush with you, did he? I like him. Now, just run it through one little patch at a time, gently. You dutifully brush the Ronique until your arms grow weary from the prolonged battle with its coat. It appears much tidier now, though the same cannot be said for your clothes, which have acquired a new coat of their own. Well done. With less excess fur, our friend here will be more comfortable in the afternoon heat, and less susceptible to illness. A combed coat also makes it easier for us to identify injuries, should the need arise. Alright, let's head back. You smell the grass and the wind. Hey, Kyokya. Thanks for tuning in. Which is a good thing, I promise. You could nearly be mistaken for one of us, and with the horns of a Ronique to boot. I have to wonder how Valcona is getting on. I assumed he would be reluctant to get his hands dirty, but it seems his wish to understand us was sincere. Ah, there he is now. Apologies for my tardiness. I was tasked with grazing the Ronique and ended up rather far afield. I found myself wandering hither and thither as at my companion's inclination. To force us back to the trail seemed inappropriate. But how was your own work? Have you anything to share? The Ronique are treasured members of this community, as important as family. Indeed, the Ronique provide for the Hetsaro, and in turn the Hetsaro are good to the Ronique, just as families should be. Mine is not the only way, though at times I lack the experience to know otherwise. My inability to conceive of how a decision might be right does not mean that it is wrong. My parents had a duty to the Ronique, as they did to me, and so I wonder if their leaving me behind was not so selfish an act as I once believed. It's possible the herd split. I have no way to know, of course, and regardless, this has no bearing on our present concerns. We are here in service of the people of Tyrol, after all. Nevertheless, I thank you for helping me find deeper meaning in what we've done today. And I will endeavor to remain curious, especially where the Hetso are concerned. I'm glad to hear that, Valcona. You're welcome among our herd anytime. Alright, let's see. I'll go with the fruit and alloy jelly. That Ronique looks like it's seen things. Kona, how did it go? Blink, Ronique, you're gonna dry out your eyes. I believe I finally understand the significance of the Hetso. They nourish the Hetsaro as they grow, and provide warmth and companionship in a harsh and unpredictable world. They are the equal of any man, not beasts to be tamed. Moreover, Ronique are sensitive. Though we may treat their injuries or brush their coats to keep them hale, they must ever be free to follow their instincts and seek lands where they might thrive. The Hetsaro would never cage them, and neither should we. To control their migratory patterns or capture those who wander too close to the tracks is out of the question. then it is particularly important to advance our original line of inquiry. Fortunately, we were able to visit the Ronique's once-favored grazing grounds. As we were told, the grass looks fine, but the place is too quiet. It's not just the Ronique, even the birds and field mice have fled. We did encounter one pack of Ceratoraptors, but they look to be passing through in a hurry. Typically, that sort of behavior in the fauna would be associated with natural disasters, earthquakes, landslides, and the like. Though the Hetsara would have surely put two and two together were the cause geological, I measured the area's aether to be certain. There was indeed nothing to suggest recent environmental disruption, but I did notice one anomaly. A strong etheric signature to the east, moving across the plain, albeit slowly. A large animal, perhaps? And a powerful one, like as not. A predator, given the local fauna's behavior. One of the raptors we saw looked like it had a bite taken out of its tail by something with very large fangs. It couldn't be a Turuhetso. Ronique Reaver, in the common tongue. Our people have several names for such creatures. Fangs that steal Hetso in the night is another evocative one. Ronique can fend off many predators with their horns, but not the Turuhetso. Their scales are tough as adamant, and neither horn nor arrow can pierce them. A well-toothed carnivore with an unusually tough hide. I cannot recall any such fauna in this region. They usually roam the wilds in the northeast, and most herds keep well clear of them. I can't tell you why this one is so far from home, and its pack both. In any case, I believe the source of the Ronique's consternation is clear, as is our next move. We must drive this Reaver away, that they might return to their grazing lands in peace. Never fear. We shall make certain that the beast threatens you no more. Alright, so we gotta find this Reaver then. Oh, duty calls! Okay. Well then, I guess let me make sure I'm good to go here. Go ahead and have one of those. The Ronique Reaver is a clear threat to the local population. We cannot allow it to roam unchecked. But it won't do for us to go running off in search of it without having made proper preparations. And if others returning from across the plain have spotted it, they may be able to inform us of its recent behavior and where it might be found. Your progress through the upcoming battle will be saved at certain points. In the event you are defeated, you will be able to try again from the most recent of these. Please note that if you enter battles associated with other quests or log out from the game, the progress will be lost. Alright, let's do it.
Help! Help! Oduruhetsu is coming this way! big-ass beasts across the plains in a panic, and our Ronek are practically paralyzed with fear. We must get them to safety.
We can assist by helping to calm the creatures. Once they're less agitated, it should be possible to hurt them.
And after they're out of harm's way, we'll deal with the Ronek Reaver.
I suggest you remain here to attend to the Ronek when they arrive.
They'll be safe with me. Please, be careful out there.
Make haste! We must protect the Ronek!
Alrighty.
Don't worry, we're right behind you.
There they are in the distance.
There they are!
They're terrified. We must do what we can to soothe them.
I guess they don't want the emote.
That herd should be all right. Let's look for stragglers. The Ronek are to rally too. None shall be left behind. There must be something up ahead. Come! There!
These are no match for the likes of us.
In a panic was clearly an understatement. More are coming!
Gotta block the hits.
You're mine!
More coming.
All or nothing then. It seems that did the trick.
For the fodder, at least. But where's...
Look there! We've got a big one coming!
Impenetrable scales and wicked fangs. That's a Ronak Reaver, and no mistake.
Pretty darn close to a T-Rex.
There! That one there! Not so fast!
Dude, you're a DPS. You can't take those kind of hits.
Even should it cost me my life. I will save the head soul!
Kona! Are you alright?
Do not concern yourself with me. Get the Ronak to safety!
There. You've nothing to fear.
Right! Let's finish the job!
I made a vow to our people. You shall plague them no longer!
Alright, let's see what we got.
You'll find the vow of reason is not without resolve.
Damn it! Not even a scratch!
I need some time to think, will you? It must have a weakness, and I will find it.
Kona, you got an explosion you can throw in its mouth?
Keep it busy. I need time.
Right! Go for the legs!
Almost got that leg down.
Now we just have to keep it pinned.
You're thinking, Kona!
A protective current of ether. But whence does it flow? I've got it! One well-placed piercing round to the chest, and... you're done for! That stemmed the flow of protective ether.
There's nothing stopping us now!
Feels kind of like they're trying to,
Backing down, huh? Fine with me.
kind of feels like they're doing this in the style of a Monster Hunter fight. I guess I'm supposed to move from that then. We'll skip right into the fight here.
You'll find the vow of reason is not without resolve.
Damn it! Not even a scratch!
Buy me some time to think, will you? It must have a weakness, and I will find it. Keep it busy. I need time.
Right. Go for the legs.
We just have to keep it pinned.
You're thinking, Kona!
A protective current of ether. But whence does it flow? I've got it! One well-placed piercing round to the chest, and... you're done for! That stemmed the flow of protective ether.
There's nothing stopping us now! Still not
Just about
backing
back
down,
to
huh?
where we
Fine
left
with
off.
me.
I think it's the next attack. Okay, yeah, you just have to straight up just be running for that one.
We must disperse that ether ere the Reaver recovers it!
This is going to hurt.
There we go.
We did it. The Etso, are they?
The Ronek have all made it to Mehwa Hetsuan. Hunters are scouring the area for any remaining threats, but the local fauna appear to have calmed down.
We cannot thank you enough for your timely aid. You, most of all, Bow of Reason. We feared you would be loath to take direct action, yet you didn't hesitate to put your life on the line for our Hetso.
I did no more than is a Dawn servant's duty. The ethereal conductivity of those scales is astounding. I dare say we could repurpose them to create a device that emits controlled pulses of ether.
Ether resembling that of the predator the Ronek fear most. It might work. If we struck the right balance, we would have the means to deter the Ronek from approaching the railroad without causing them undue distress.
Incredible! Kona, you've done it again.
I must say, I was hoping I'd never have to see one of these again. Still haven't forgotten the last one. And it's been more than 20 years now. I had come as a trader to the camp in Lozeni-Hetta. A camp that was obliterated in an instant by that monster.
Lozeni-Hetta. That's where the Pelu trader found me as a babe. Please, can you tell me what you saw?
As I said, I had traveled there to trade with our fellow Hetzaro. Like us, they followed the Ronek. And like us, they were visited by a reaver. The fiend struck like a whirlwind in the night. It was chaos. I grabbed some token belongings and bolted in a panic, thinking only of getting as far away as possible. But even in my panicked state, I could not help but notice the young couple racing the other way, toward the fell creature. "We're distracted," I heard one cry. "Save our son! Save the Hetzo!" After that, nothing but the pounding of my heart and feet and Ronek thunder. I ran and ran. And as the sun broke the horizon, I found myself separated from both man and beast. Windborne words say that a group of survivors reunited with their remaining Ronek and have long since moved on. But still more were never seen again, including the brave couple. Or so the story goes.
And what became of their child?
I'm afraid I don't know. But if he wasn't with the survivors, even if he lived through that night, the wilderness wouldn't have been kind to a little one out on his lonesome.
Maybe not. But perhaps a passing Pelu would. And one day, even a Dawn servant himself. All these years, I was convinced that my parents had left me behind to follow after the Ronek. But now I see, they didn't abandon me. They were trying to keep me safe. I've wasted so much time resenting them, when in truth, they gave me everything I have today. It is thanks to them that I live to know the warmth of family, even after they were gone. And now that I am Dawn servant, all of Tuliyola is my family. A family I will always protect. as my parents protected me.
Right. I can't imagine how Conan must feel right now. That Reaver. You don't suppose it was the same one that... We certainly got more than we bargained for when we set out to solve our railroad conundrum. To know that the Hetzel are safe is more than enough. Yet, would it be wrong to hope that in protecting them, we also avenge my parents? It is the least I owe to them after all this time. Prince, I thank you for standing by me, as Dawn's servant, and as the oft imperfect man beneath that mantle. Now, let us return our attentions to the matter we came here to address, shall we? We have removed the root cause of the Ronick straying from their favored grazing, and obtained the tools to devise an additional precautionary measure, a silent whistle, as it were. This whistle must be capable of emitting pulses of ether strong enough that they will shy away from the tracks on instinct, yet not so strong as to drive them into a panic. If we can achieve this, it will be a far sight better than a traditional whistle, more effective and less stressful for the creatures themselves. Let us return to Shaloni Station and begin work on it then. Walalika and his crew will doubtless be relieved to finally have a solution. Alright, off we go. And yeah, who knows how long that Reaver's been around for. As they're suggesting. It's possible it migrated and just never went back. I'm curious why I have Ronick as a hunt target here, but gotta get those nuts. You look pleased about something. Good news for the railroad, I take it? So the Ronick were avoiding a predator. Smart ones they are. And Valcona's not too bad himself, what with his whistle idea. Sit tight. We'll have this train on the tracks before you know it. Okay, let's sit tight.
We're ready to go.
Whoa! She looks as good as new!
If I had time to do a proper job, could have really made her shine. Had to cobble together the exterior with spare parts. We refurbished the interior, though. Not that you can appreciate it from out here. But as far as the Ronick are concerned, we've spared no effort. From the ballast to the ties, we've adjusted every bit of the track so she'll run quiet as a field mouse.
You and your crew have worked wonders. Our nation is in your debt.
Come now. If anything, credit's due to Tuliolao. It's thanks to the folk you recruited from every corner of the continent that we were able to get her up and running so quickly. Besides, the ethereal whistle's the true marvel, and we wouldn't have that without the scales you brought us. However grateful you are, know that we're even more thankful.
Right. If we're done talking, let's put this train through her paces.
Not pulling anything yet, huh?
There's a Ronek up ahead.
Now, to test our whistle.
On it. Just point it in the general direction and...
It's moving away. Meanwhile, our friends over there appear wholly unperturbed.
With this, we can alert those who wander too close without disturbing the rest of the herd.
A roaring success! In a quiet way, like. Then with your permission, Vow of Reason, the Shaktaral Railroad is back in service.
Alrighty. For a while there, we were real worried that we'd never get the railroad running again. But now that the test drive was such a success, we can breathe easy and start hauling people to and from the dome. First Shaloni, and then the continent. Watch out, Shaktaral, here we come! I share the sentiment, but we've got a mountain of work ahead of us to ensure smooth operations. Time to get back to it. The efforts of all here today have not gone unnoticed. Once more, I thank you. As for our own work, I trust you can handle matters in Alexandria, Lamati? Okay, this appears to be the final quest of the patch. Well, it's possible that Shell's made some headway by now, and regardless, we should spread word that the railroad's been restored to service. Shell, what do you have her working on? Gululja's mother? I'd feel the same in his shoes. Have felt the same. Some questions are painful to leave unanswered. There's no cause to look at me like that. The Kaguya we met may have only been a simulacrum, but her memory was real. That's a nice touch to just have it on his backpack there. I needn't search for what she left behind, because she left it with me, and will always carry it. Speaking of things you're carrying, is that a teeny tiny Kaguya? What? No. It is merely a token from Alexandria. Our friends in Oblivion would not take no for an answer, and I thought it as good a souvenir as any. Whatever you say, for what it's worth, I think it's a nice way to bring her with you on your travels. Yes, well, you're off to the dome now, aren't you? I thought I might join you for a time, see if there's aught I can do for the people there. Much changed though it is, I still consider it my home. Of course, we can give you the full story on the way. Alright, back to the back room. You must be exhausted. Shall I nip out for an energy tonic? So Zorolja was conducting secret research in Yawata. I have some memories of the place from my childhood. Glad you're back. We wouldn't want to keep Gulja waiting here any longer than necessary. Erenville is wearing his Kaguya. That makes me happy. Looks like we arrived at a good time. A simple yet elegant solution, and thus is the railroad back in operation. Meanwhile, Shale has nearly finished processing the data. She will be able to share her findings with us imminently. Y'shtola! I'm interrupting something, I gather? Wait, Y'shtola, what brings you here? I've seen enough of the gate in the Sky Deep Cenote for now, so I'm shifting my investigation to living memory. While there, I thought I would do well to have the company of an expert on Electrope. I'd like to take a closer look at the place myself. I can join you once we've finished here. Lest you fear I've forgotten, once I've made headway with living memory, the key in your keeping shall be the next subject of my scrutiny. Whenever you're ready.
There was a mountain of data to sift through, much of it tantalizing, I admit. But it will take time to fully decrypt everything that piques my interest, so to answer our immediate question, I've been concentrating my efforts on the audio saved by Teishulja herself. While I've not listened to it yet, I have a selection ready for playback. Would you like to hear it now?
Yes, please.
All right. Several audio files will now play in sequence.
Do we need to set aside sufficient time?
My name is Teishalja, and I decided to record this to help me put my thoughts in order, I suppose. Mother? Officially I was a Virgin with the Lance Guard. I was part of a contingent dispatched to Yasulani to hunt a Tural Vitral that was wreaking havoc. After our mission was complete, I elected to remain. It was the perfect opportunity to document the geographic distribution of medicinal herbs in this region. Or so I said when requesting special dispensation. In truth, I could not bear to return to Tuliolal. I had hoped to aid Commander Zoralja in the right of succession, but he did not so much as look my way. I was never in contention, of course, one of the nameless many in his army. To go back and face that reality was too much for me, so I ran. And in my cowardice, I stumbled upon this path. A path that changed my life. When the dome appeared, I found myself trapped within, and reunited with my commander. How am I to speak of Commander Zoralja? I admired him. His incontestable strength, his unwavering focus. He was a man of great passions. I watched him, captivated by his intensity. From afar, I would not dare approach. And in watching, I came to know him. His eyes too sought the distance, but not as mine did. He yearned not for another, but something else, beyond the horizon. That gaze would never fall upon me. I knew. The experiment will soon proceed to its next phase, and when it does, as he promised, I will have my heart's desire. Today. It should have been today. A new beginning. What I have dreamed of for so long. I hold a future in my arms. If he could see him, embrace him, surely that would be enough. So full of hope I was. A foolish hope.
Its scales are blue.
He's your son.
No. I can't. I don't know how. How could I? How? To raise a child, be a father. I don't. I can't. No! No! Get it away from me. Get that thing away from me!
It's all right, little one. Papa was just surprised. That's all. He'll come around. We'll be a happy family. Can you look at shouting for me? The research hasn't been going well, but I can't let him take it out on my baby. Hush now, little one. I know just where to hide you.
That's all of them.
He was abandoned, the poor dear. We found him in the drift downs a few years ago.
We know some manner of accident happened at the facility after this was recorded. Perhaps your mother couldn't come back for you.
Hey, Gololcha.
I'm fine, Lamarchi. Father and mother, they were both so lonely. If we could have been together, maybe they wouldn't have been. But sometimes things don't work out, no matter how hard you try. I can't tell if I'm happier now. But it's better to know, I think. Thank you, everyone.
All right. I believe such a record, you ask. I cannot be certain, but I believe Tishalja simply wanted someone to know how she felt, to understand. No matter how brave a face Gololcha puts on, I expect it will take him time to come to terms with this. He is a strong one, though. You needn't worry too much. Tishalja left written records as well. I'll compile them for Gololcha. Perhaps something in them will be of comfort. It's okay. I wanted to know more about my parents, and now I do. And I don't regret it. I have Lamati and Kona, and you, Prince. I'm not lonely now. You may find it hard to believe, but until the rite of succession, Zerolja was a good brother to me. Always. And I thought that Papa was the best father anyone could ask for. I don't want to think the time we spent together as a family was a lie. But by the same token, the bitterness my brother harbored was all too real. If the dome had not appeared, Tishalja's tale would have been very different. Yet whether or not she would have been happier, I cannot say. What a mess. It's better to know. A profound response for one so young. Though I wish he hadn't, that he didn't have to be. Gululja is indeed wise beyond his years. Yet one never outgrows the need for dependable companions. 'Tis fortunate that he has you. Thank you, Shale. Because of you, I got to hear my mother's whole story. You heard it because you were brave enough to listen, Gululja. If you remember one thing, remember that. Now then, having shared what I can at present, I am ready to head to living memory when you are. I am planning to be thorough, so we will need to stop for supplies on the way. That said, I promise we won't remain overlong. I know we all have much and more to attend to. For now, farewell. A word before you leave. Our network's already spreading word about the railroad. We expect people would be clamoring to get on the first train back, yet the reaction has been the polar opposite. Scant few seem inclined to depart Alexandria anytime soon. What? When we spoke before, you said many from Tuliolal were eager to reunite with friends and family. Maybe they're concerned about getting through Vanguard? If so, we could take turns accompanying them. In any case, we need to speak with the people ourselves. Let's start at Lay Node 9. Alright, headed back to the main aetheryte of the area. There may still be people gathering in Praxis Park. Let's try there first.
The people look uneasy. Did something happen?
Are they out of souls?
Have you heard? Someone was killed in the Thunder Yards.
The Thunder Yards was one of the hunters slain by a beast.
It was a hunter, all right, and a veteran at that. But it was no fiend that did him in. Only a random bolt of lightning.
Such a senseless way to die. They say that he expended his last soul cells during Zoraljar's attack on the city.
For an upright, hard-working man to meet such an unceremonious end, it feels wrong.
But we'll be fine, won't we? Even if the system no longer erases our memory of the departed, the regulators continue to function. I shan't go before my time. Growing old and passing peacefully with the help of the ushers is only natural.
Well, you may think so, but how are we to know? We have no memory of those who have gone. More may have met violent deaths than passed from old age, and we would be blissfully unaware. It could happen to you, or me, to any of us.
Then what are we to do?
spend every waking moment thinking only of how we might die.
With time, I had hoped that they'd be able to adjust to their new situation. But it's only gotten worse.
Look! It's Queen Sphene!
What?
What?
Help, Queen Sphene! The grown-ups are really upset, and I don't know what to do!
I see that you are as kind-hearted as ever, Nico. Never fear. I'm here to set things aright.
I don't understand. Sphene is gone. Forever.
Maybe there was a backup somewhere.
You there, Gusson. You were the Queen's aide, weren't you? What's the meaning of this?
Begging your pardon, Vow of Resolve. But Her Majesty Queen Sphene is paying visit to her people, as is her wont.
What are you talking about? Sphene is dead. You officiated the funeral yourself. We all placed flowers to mourn her passing.
A funeral? For Her Majesty? What a curious jest. You know full well that ceremony was to commemorate those lives lost during the attack of Alexandria.
Okay, who's in living memory?
Among her people that she might support them in this most trying of times. Surely that is not cause for consternation.
Your Majesty, won't you free us from these terrible memories of the departed? This is no way to live, not for us, nor our children.
I wish that I could. Truly I do. But with living memory shut down, even I cannot restore the system that once afforded us that comfort. You needn't fret, however. I have prepared an alternate solution.
All of us shall be made endless. I have created a new system that allows you to transplant your memories directly into an ethereal vessel. One not reliant upon soul cells. This way, you need never again fear death. You may live as you please, and for as long as you like. Our stores of ether are, at present, not sufficient to provide this boon to everyone. But some of you received Neo-Regulators for the funeral ceremony, did you not? And there are still more we have yet to distribute. 5,000 in all. One day soon, those with Neo-Regulators will be called to join the Endless, and thence be free of suffering forevermore.
But only 5,000 of us?
You Victral!
I was wondering when she was going to step in.
The real Sphene would never be content to save only some of her people. Who are you?
Ascian?
I am Sphene, the Queen of Reason.
Let's return to the back room. I need to calm down, and then we'll talk.
It's hard to say at this point. It could be this actually is the real Sphene, and she was just in cold sleep or something. Nah, with that smile, that leads me back to Ascians again. I mean, yeah, the Ascian threat should be gone, but no, not really, because all we did was we took out Zodiark. All the underlying hatred that they had would still be there, those that had been sundered. You saw Sphene with your own eyes then, so it wasn't someone else. We've heard about the Queen of Reason's proclamation. The rumor spread through the district like wildfire. There's not to report yet, but we have all eyes and ears out in Everkeep and Heritage found. Sphene was erased. If she's back, then are the Endless? Seriously, what was that? Queen Sphene has returned. How? Now here's an interesting question. Does Galuja or Sphene have authority over the system right now? Given that he apparently did have the power to command some stuff, tells me that this Sphene may not be directly linked to the system. Although, she's obviously doing something. Without the Meso Terminal, how does she propose to create new Endless? We must contact Y'shtola as soon as possible. We only caught the proclamation from a distance, but I can tell you that the message about Neo-Regulators was received with utmost clarity. It couldn't have been Sphene. She should have been destroyed with the Meso Terminal shut down. Actually, we might want to go check inside there right now and see if it didn't reactivate. Without a single Alexandrian to bear witness, presented with an identical figure claiming to be their beloved queen, 'tis no surprise that they would choose to believe she's alive. What is troubling, however, is their denial that the funeral was held in her honor. 'Tis as if their memories have been erased. How many Sphenes have there been? Given that the members of Oblivion remain unaffected, that was likely the work of the Regulators, but by whose design? Someone smart enough to play at being the Queen of Reason. In that guise, even if some suspect deception, most of Alexandria will be on her side. Yeah, that's a good idea, Rooks. We need to find out who she really is. Actually, come to think of it, the fact that they were seeking to merge their shard into the first, or rather into the source, that would, of course, lead back to Ascians, because that's what they were trying to do the whole time. Well, I agree wholeheartedly. We should avoid drawing more attention than we already have. We must be patient until Oblivion's network turns up a lead, or until our self-proclaimed queen makes her next move. Meanwhile, in living memory... Yep, show us what you see, Y'shtola.
Where am I?
I see Y'shtola and Shale in the background there.
My people? Are they safe?
Is this another Sphene?
Why am I...
In fear of death, the people turn to Queen Reborn, their fates to learn. Alright, so that does it for the main scenario quest for 7.1. Obviously, a whole bunch of intrigue going on here as to just what is happening here. So... we'll obviously learn more in 7.2, which will be out probably in the February, March, or maybe even April timeframe. I think it's usually like 19 to 20 weeks between major patches. Anyway, so with the time that we have remaining, there's a couple of other things I want to do here tonight. Let's go ahead and make our way over to Tuliolol. And there are several quests. This is one we will address later on a different day. That relates to the new Alliance raid. You will get to in a little bit. Well, that's a longer thing that we need to look at, although before we completely dismiss it, I'm curious. Ah, there they are. Yeah, there's someone keeping an eye out. More to come on that, gentlemen. Anyway. But I wanted to speak to this Blue Garb Pelu here. Maybe meeting with him won't be so easy after all. Malblue said he'd be around here somewhere, though. Whoa, Prince the Adventurer? The mighty warrior who traveled the length and breadth of Tyrol, taking in its myriad sights, sounds, and smells, even those within the otherworldly dome? The savvy haggler who helped the Third Promise acquire a saddle worth 10 pel in the thousands column, despite starting with a mere 100? My inner abacus is clacking away. You're the missing piece I've been looking for. The missing piece of my brand new enterprise, that is. Sorry about that. I got a little carried away. I'm just so happy to finally meet you. I'm Liplu, a merchant. Until recently, my business was bedclothes, all woven from the finest alpaca wool. My dear friend Mablu told me all about you. I hear you gave her the nudge she needed to embark on her journey as a peddler. I can't begin to thank you enough. But I'll get straight to the point. I have a proposal for you today, Prince. How would you like to become a special advisor for a trailblazing tourism venture? I call it the Tyroli Travel Agency. Of course, you'll be compensated for your time. You'll also be the first in line for all kinds of treats and trinkets, not to mention a wealth of exciting experiences. You don't have to answer right away, but if any of this has roused your interest, please come and visit me in Okanu. We can go over the finer details there. I'll be waiting for you, along with the rest of my associates. Yes, indeed, this is the start of one of the many society quests in the game. So let's go ahead and make our way over. I guess we're headed to the southeast here. Ah, there you are. Thank you for coming. Right, here goes. Oh, Kale! Welcome to Cosmauka. Oh, Kale! That is the greeting of the Pelu, if I remember correctly. Or no, the Hanu. But I wouldn't expect... you've mastered the Hanu greeting, but I wouldn't expect anything less from someone so well-traveled. I get details mixed up from time to time, but... Allow me to introduce myself again. I'm Liplu, the founder of the Tyroli Travel Agency. With me are my brother, Yubli, and my Hanu associates. We'll be happy to explain the ins and outs of our budding enterprise. You were there for the Ascension ceremony, weren't you? Dawn servant Wuklamot spoke of growing to love her people all the more as she got to know them better, of how she wanted us to live with joy in our hearts and smiles on our faces. Well, those words certainly left their mark. The capital's residents are eager to learn about their fellow Turali, who in turn yearn to foster understanding. You see it too, don't you? An unmistakable business opportunity. Well, that's precisely where the Turali Travel Agency comes in. We'll answer that burgeoning demand. Our goal is to help revitalize this community as it attempts to rebuild after the Great Storm. Promoting Kazuma Uka as a tourist destination will provide a much-needed source of income for the region, and with it, all the benefits that follow. Of course, we wouldn't be having this conversation had we not consulted the Hanu beforehand. After much discussion, they kindly agreed to set aside a tract of land by Doc Poga for development. And would you believe it? The villagers are flocking to join our staff. As Liplu said, the people are eager to learn about their fellow Turali, and we Hanu are eager to share our culture with them as well. Much as when you helped us to revive Ihihana, we hope to welcome many outsiders into our home, that we may know one another better and enjoy each other's company. And what better way to do so than to support this tourism initiative? Of course, tourism is an industry new to Tyrol. This is unfamiliar territory in many respects, and people understandably have their concerns. But who better to assuage those concerns than someone who's roamed far and wide and met with countless Turali from all over the continent? Alright, Liplu. Actually, we got a bunch of people to talk to here. You're aware that Kazuma Uka was ravaged by a mighty storm, yes? By welcoming more travelers to our land, we stand to gain many new customers. Not to mention the opportunity to work for the travel agency itself. In this way, we hope to raise funds we need to rebuild and recover. This will also be an excellent chance for the rest of Tyrol to get to know us. No matter how you look at it, we'd be fools not to cooperate with Liplu and her brother. The Pelu Pelu strive to spread happiness through trade. It's little wonder they find a warm welcome wherever they go. Their guiding principle has earned them a great deal of trust over the years. Mablu introduced Liplu to Elder Zanu Hali. She would often visit our village to peddle her wares, and it was because of her we saw fit to consider the proposal. When we first gathered to discuss the issue, Liplu painted a vivid picture of the impact her venture would have on the region, financial and otherwise. I handle the managerial side of the enterprise. If you decide to join us, I'll be counting on your insights to help me solve the little problems we'll no doubt encounter along the way. The core of our business is providing accommodations and guided tours for the local area. As we speak, Wook Ivu is putting his shipwright skills to use, heading up construction for our base of operations by Doc Poga. From sourcing foodstuffs to souvenirs and everything in between, we're working hand in glove with the good people of Okhanu to make sure this venture benefits everyone involved. Still, there are a few things I'm worried about. The guided tours, for example. Visitors will be journeying here after making a reservation at our office in Truliolal, and we'll have to guarantee their safety every step of the way. After all, we can't expect our customers to handle themselves like you can. And that leads us neatly back to my proposition. So how about it? Can we count on your help as a special advisor while the travel agency finds its feet? Consider yourselves advised. Especially. I knew we could count on you. Wonderful. Although I'm loath to put you to work straight away, I would seek your assistance. We guides have each devised a plan for our prospective tours, based on our knowledge of our homeland, but we'd benefit greatly from the input of a worldly traveler like yourself. Honest opinions only. Liplu, perhaps you could accompany Prince and appraise the tours as well? I'll stay behind and oversee construction with Wook Evil. A fine idea. Guides, please wait in your respective tour locations. I will take Prince to each of you in turn. When you're ready, just say the word. I'm as keen as the Hanu Hanu are to hear your thoughts. All set? Now then, our three guides have planned 3 unique tours, so we will speak with them one at a time before proceeding to the next. We'll start by paying a visit to Genu Hanu in the Fields of Gold, who I am told wishes to showcase local industry with a focus on the village and reed fields. Let's go. Alrighty. I'm glad you're here. I almost couldn't bear to wait. Right, let me explain my concept for the tour. First and foremost, I see this as a chance for our customers to understand we Hanu, and we're better to learn than right here among our reed fields. After all, reeds are at the very heart of our culture. Just cast your gaze across these lush fields, and you'll get a sense of what defines us. But that's enough about my thoughts. What do you think? I should like to believe that, this is a place those not of Hanu can also appreciate, but... perhaps reeds shouldn't be the sole focus. The tour should absolutely involve the reeds, but as Prince suggests, I think visitors will want to learn about other aspects of Hanu Hanu culture too. Perhaps giving them a tour of local settlements will serve as a worthy introduction to your traditions. Yes, I think the plan is coming along nicely. To summarize, if we begin by guiding guests around the villages, they'll see how reeds are so tightly interwoven with Hanu Hanu culture. That way, they'll appreciate the precious resource growing in your paddies all the more. I was so excited about showing visitors our fields, I hadn't considered that they might like to learn about the normal everyday lives of we Hanu too. I appreciate the suggestion. Consider also having a range of handicrafts on offer that visitors might purchase if so inclined. Perhaps a mix of practical household items and more esoteric trinkets, charms, and the like. Alright, let's head for Breath Between next. Zelihali has proposed a walking tour of the river, and ought to be waiting for us there. Alright. I completely lost track of time. My attention was whisked away by the endless water of Kushaj. If you didn't already know, Kushaj means big tongue in our language. If you aren't careful, you might find yourself slurped up and taken off by the current. You know, I bet insights into the language like that would prove a hit with visitors. I'm glad you think so, but I'm still a little unsure of my plan. The idea is to guide guests along the river, explaining the language and local history as I go, but is that really enough entertainment? Oh, how about working in a spot of fishing too? I see. Offering an activity besides sightseeing is a wonderful idea. I appreciate your advice. Whatever form the tour takes, I want to make sure our guests leave completely satisfied. I'll be sure to confer with Liplu as I hammer out the details. It's time we went to see Zenu Hanu. He's proposed a magical spelunking tour in which visitors can marvel at the natural beauty of the world beneath our feet. To Cave Kikitola. There you are. I was starting to feel lonesome waiting for you to arrive. Let's get straight to it, shall we? Cave Kikitola is the source of many minerals and medicinal ingredients. For generations, it's been held as a sacred site of healing. I'm sure visitors will be enamored with the cave's natural beauty, but the route here from the villages is long and arduous, and the interior is rather dark. I fear it might not be a suitable reward for the challenge of simply getting here. Visitors could try their hand at collecting medicines and minerals. An excellent suggestion. Of course, with any such plans, respect for the cave and its significance for the Hanu would be paramount. The souvenirs we acquire in our journeys can be quite near and dear to us. I think visitors would love to take a piece of their trip back home, and the villagers could make use of any surplus materials as well. But as Zenu Hanu said, the cave is somewhat remote. We can't discount the possibility of tour groups running afoul fiends on the way here. Perhaps we'd be better off reserving this course for more seasoned travelers. I must say, the two of you are full of fine ideas. I'm starting to get excited. Just give me a little longer and I'll have my plan ready. Well, with that, we've heard all three proposals from our guides. I'm sure you're tired after all that traipsing around, but let's get back to Okanu, shall we? Alrighty. Sorry to have taken up so much of your time, but you helped address the guide's worries and brought some excellent suggestions to the table. While we were out there, a question I've been pondering came to mind. What exactly is it that we're selling with the Tiroli Travel Agency? It's not as simple as peddling produce or providing a service. If we're unsure, we'll have a hard time enticing customers. For the longest time, I couldn't pinpoint the answer, but hearing those proposals made it crystal clear. We're in the business of ephemeral experiences. It is our responsibility to curate every moment of a visitor's stay and ensure they leave with wonderful memories that last a lifetime. That way, our customers will be sure to fall in love with Cosmouka and its people. I can practically hear my inner abacus clacking away, provided we hold fast to our principles and remember that we are here to serve our customers above all else. I'm confident they'll have no qualms about parting with their hard-earned pel. The Tiroli Travel Agency will be synonymous with experiences both exceptional and unforgettable. I'll have to drive that message home when I promote our enterprise in the capital. Then there's the matter of making sure the benefits outweigh the burdens for the Hanu. There's so much to do. But before all that, how about we take a look at our soon-to-be built base of operations near Dock Poga? Knowing my brother in Wukivu, I dare say they've made remarkable progress already. And with this new base of operations comes a new Aetherite as well. Apparently they're ready to start construction. The blueprints have been finalized and all the materials are to hand. Once the work is finished, then the countdown really begins. Here's hoping for satisfied customers and, more importantly, happiness for all involved, be they Hanu, Pelu, or adventurer extraordinaire. It's so wonderful to have you on board. Let's work together and make this a stunning success. What do you say we get this thing built? With construction work on the travel agency complete, Liplu and her associates have their eyes set on establishing Cosma Uka as a top tourist destination. Yet a host of challenges remain before their goals can be realized. As special advisor, it is your duty to offer support and guidance as they embark on this exciting new enterprise. Alright, we have achieved friendly reputation with the Turali Travel Agency. Pelu Pelu Society quests are now available from Ubli at Dock Poga. Furthermore, you may now purchase wares from Pavli. You have learned the emote Oho Kale! So, the way society quests work is basically every day you're going to be able to pick up 3 of these daily quests from Ubli, or whatever society quest you're working on. And when you complete them, you gain reputation. That reputation then goes into the reputation tab here. And so, as you can see right now, we would need 510 to reach the next stage here. And if I just click on one, we're gonna get 60. So it's not enough for me to get, to be able to get a rank up here today, since it's once again capped at 3 per day. So my plan is I'm going to try to record as I go here, and when I'm done with the entire series, I'll then play that back on a future stream, and then that will then take us to basically the end of this whole sequence here. So, that's not the only thing I wanted to do today. I also did want to go and take care of one other thing here today. But before that, I was told something familiar would be around. So let me see if I can find this here. I think this was it. Yeah, unless it was something else. Let me just take a quick look around here. Now, this is the only building that's really open. So anybody that's played Final Fantasy X, this place should actually look familiar to you, as this is basically the spitting image of one of the stops that Tidus and Yuna made along their journey, along with the other members of Yuna's entourage. So it's nice to see that they've reproduced that here in 14. Anyway, let's make our way back over to Tuliolol now. And for the other thing that I was looking at, we're gonna take a look at that quest down here that we saw earlier. There's also another quest over here, Appreciated Value. We're gonna take a look at that another time, as that has to do with finishing off the Wachu Meki Meki quest series. But for here, we have this railroad employee. Let me go ahead and throw on a pickaxe. And laying new tracks. There you are. I'm so glad I found you. I work over at Shaktaral Railing. Shenza asked me to send you his way if I happen to see you. Not to alarm you, but there's trouble at the company again. It would mean the world if you could stop by and speak with him. He said he would be waiting for you at Shaloni Station. Alright, so we gotta make our way back over to there. Sweet baby Sunbeard, it's Prince. What a relief to see you. First, I want to say how much we all appreciate you and the Dawn Servants for finding a solution to our noise problem. With our new and improved train ready to roll, Shaktaral Railing is back in business. But for some reason, things have grown tense between Nito Wikwe and the chief. When we ask them about it, they insist that nothing's wrong. That's why we need you, Prince. After all you've done for us, they'd be fools to not trust you. So what do you say? Will you help us figure out what's got them so hot under the collar? They're at the office over in Shesheniweze Springs, so go on ahead, and I'll be right behind you. Alrighty. Chenza, Zotya, you two didn't ask him here, did you? See what I mean? The whole damn company can tell that something's off. Nitawikwe, we need to come to an agreement on this. Well, nothing you say is going to change my mind, so I suggest you start listening to reason. Reason? Give me one good reason that we ought to take you out of the driver's seat. Oh, don't be so dramatic. Look at you all, shaking like Ronick cows. Why are you three even here? The boys got so worried that they came crying to you? Ah, well, I'm sorry they dragged you into this. Now that you're here, though, I reckon we could use the unbiased perspective. Fine. You want the full story? As you all know, Valkona and Prince went to great lengths to help us construct a much quieter locomotive. We've resumed northbound service to just outside of Vanguard, where the tracks end, but our work is far from over. As it stands, our company is faced with two large-scale projects. The first is to keep our daily operations running smoothly in order to bring in revenue, business as usual, in other words. The second, however, is a new challenge, reconnecting the tracks through Vanguard to Yasulani Station. We're willing to perform the repairs ourselves, of course, but the land now falls under Alexandria's dome, beyond our jurisdiction. We can't just leave the tracks as they are, so I've been negotiating with the Wing of Reflection behind the scenes to make the necessary arrangements. On top of all his other duties, of which there are far too many, the new train is in many ways still a prototype, and we have a supply shortage. That's why I offered to step down from driving to run the station, but this oaf won't even consider it. He'd rather work himself into an early grave, I suppose. He just knows you're happiest at the throttle, is all. It's clear you're both worried sick about each other, so why not? The point is, I wouldn't need to give up driving if we could just convince a competent artisan to keep us stocked. I would say there would be a third appropriate answer here. Have you attempted to reach out to the Moblins yet to see if they'd be able to help? But obviously that is not an option here. So, I could help for a price. You take commissions, Prince? Well now, that changes things. With fewer duties on the administrative side, she could manage both well enough. Can I count on you to assist Nitawikwe with our daily operations then? Thank you, Prince. You'll be an asset to the railing. Well then, we have much to discuss. Will you step outside with me for a moment? Right. Now that Prince has matters well in hand, the two of us had better get back to work. Thanks again. Words can scarcely express how relieved I am to have your help in this, Prince. Now, I'll get straight to the point. You ever tried keeping a locomotive quiet? It'll take plenty of polish and plenty more maintenance, keeping everything in pristine condition. To ensure the work flows smoothly, allow me to introduce you to our local vendors. If you require any materials, there's a good chance Peya Pewe sells them. As for Kinowana, she'll take your scripts in exchange for a variety of quality goods. Anyway, I'll leave you to get started. Whenever you have something to deliver, come and speak with me. Alright, and custom deliveries have been unlocked for Nitowikwe. Alright, so the way that this works is each week you are given 12 allowances of custom deliveries. I've already used up 6 this week, but I knew I was going to do this today, so now we've got this to go through now. So, right now what Nitowikwe needs depends upon what your class is. Since I am currently a miner, they are looking for a locomotive lubricant. So let's go ahead and grab 3 of these. It's always 3 for the start, but then subsequent asks are going to be 6. So this is going to take us over to where the Pelu are. And these are indeed collectibles that we're going after, and the way collectibles work is you basically need to bring up what their rating is, and then once you get the rating to what you're looking for, you then collect it. It's very simple. Let's see if this counts. It does, there it is. Let me check this spot here. Sometimes... Okay, so... if I was looking all around, I'd be looking for a patch that supported 5 out of 5 integrity, but given that we only need 3 of these, this will be fine. So, the way I usually do this is I'll go Scrutiny, and then Priming Touch. And with that in place, I'll go Meticulous Prospector. Regardless of anything, it's going to bring it up to 400 collectability. We got 500 in this case. And then I'll use it one more time to get it up to 600 at a minimum. Instead, we've scored 750, which is more than fine. And with that, now we go ahead and collect. Again, the target that they're looking for is going to be this last notch here. So anything above it is going to be kind of wasted effort here. Here's the actual collectability numbers that you're looking for here. So with this, that gives us 3 of these. And now we can make our way back over. Thanks for coming, Prince. We need all the help we can get to keep our new trains running whisper quiet. Alright, so we're going to make a delivery. And all this information is the same, basically saying you're going to get scripts and for handing these in. And if you're below level 100, you're going to get experience as well. And it goes into the different ways that you can collect these here. But we just need to give them 3 of these. Creaky wheels get the grease around here. It's essential to minimize noise. Prince, you've outdone yourself. I could scour the springs and never find something half as good as this. So they're talking about the how high the rating is on the collectivity there. In making your first successful delivery, you have begun to earn Nitowikwe's trust. With each successful delivery, Nitwikwe will grow more and more satisfied with your efforts. Fill the gauge completely, and Nitwikwe's satisfaction level will increase, giving you the opportunity to learn more about her. You can make up to 6 deliveries in a given week, deliver the items Nitwikwe needs, and deliver them often to win the trust and praise of your new business partner. Alright, so that's 1. Here's number 2. They're gonna say the same thing. And now for the last one. I know our engineers will be pleased as punch about this delivery. Wait here while I get it all squared away for him, would you? Sorry I took a while. As I was shelving the supplies, Walika got curious to see your handiwork. Suffice it to say, you've exceeded his expectations too. We really owe you, Prince. With our train running so quietly, the Ronik are back to grazing undisturbed. And the locals have you to thank for that. Our passengers like it too, and when they're happy, the railing's happy. Watching these dome folks cry tears of joy after being kept from Shaloni for so long, I couldn't be prouder of our work. Speaking of which, there was another project I'd like your help with. Give me some time to iron out the particulars, and I'll be in touch, alright? And usually we get a reward of some materia, and then something that we can use to help with crafting and gathering. Nitwikwe is pleased with your efforts. She now considers you a marriage mediator. And yet there's still much work to be done if the Shaktaral railing is to continue operating smoothly. To that end, Nitwikwe has a new favor to ask of you. Now then, I'd like to speak with you about the next project I have in mind. Something I think our passengers need. For the Dome Dwellers, some 30 years have passed, yeah? That would explain why so many of our southbound riders are middle-aged and older. Yet save for our noise-dampening efforts, the train has largely remained the same, particularly the interior. With poor lighting and hard wooden seats, I doubt our elderly passengers will find it as tolerable as before. So it's time we made some improvements. Going forward, we're looking for supplies or materials to brighten up and soften our carriage interiors. I hope we can count on you. Okay, and so the custom delivery list has been updated. Got an achievement there for 5 points. And if we go under the list here of what's needed now, as a miner, they would be looking for carriage furnishing supplies. Now, in the case of what remains here, basically at this point, like I said before, now it would be you would need 6 of these in order to progress this to the next stage. So we're gonna hold off on that until the next time we're taking a look at content here on my main character. But that all said, that pretty much covers it for me today. Obviously, I also still want to get back to the no MSQ challenge at some point, but I think we're gonna go at least maybe one more episode of doing content on this character before we get back to that. So, but with all that said, that's gonna do it for me today. Thank you for joining me today. This is PrinceBrightstar signing off. I am so glad to be back.